Alright, welcome back guys. We are here with another one. I didn't actually make sure everything was working. There we go. Alright. You want to jump in now, do it, or do you want to? Yeah, well, if you want to do them first, we'll get them out of the way. Sorry, Dad's just walked in from another mail run for today. So I was going to start on the case before he started, but he's here now, so I've got a team list. We'll go through that. Oh, we did. I said there's going to be more when I finish this one. I'll pick them all up. I wasn't thinking about you. Bit of a mess on the floor, guys. Sorry. Alright, so yes, our team list for this one: Broncos, Adam Flint; Raiders, Gareth Lawson; Bulldogs, Terry Lynch; Sharks, Terry Lynch; Titans, Ryan Morris; Manly, Adam Flint; Storm, Nathan Thompson; Knights, Gareth Lawson; Cowboys, Emad Coda. I hope that's right, sorry mate. Eels, Ryan Morris; Panthers, Adam Parsons; Rabbitohs, Dylan Cameron; Dragons, Nathan Thompson; Roosters, Emad; Warriors, Adam Parsons; Tigers, Dylan Cameron. Alright, that's our team list for this break. So we have the Newsagent mini starter case, the Hobbies mini starter case, the hobby case, the Priority Box, and the 21 Elite Hobby Box. We have Master and Apprentice Blue for the Knights, number 45. Master and Apprentice Red for the Sharks, Matt Moylan, number 147. Master and Apprentice Green, number 42, Cooper Johns. Master Apprentice Red, number 166 for the Knights, Mitchell Pearce. Ooh, nice one. Daniel Tupu for the Roosters, Master and Apprentice Green, number 1. Master and Apprentice Red, 180 out of 200, Mitchell Moses for the Eels. Master and Apprentice Blue, number 28 out of 50 for the Dragons, Jaden Sullivan. Master Apprentice Red, number 48 out of 200, a Daniel Tupu for the Roosters. Master Apprentice Green, number 41, and Josh Curran for the Warriors. Number 41. So in all honesty guys, I don't think we're going to get a third one in tonight. End up being too late. Master Apprentice Red, 117. Emery Gula for the Raiders. There'll be no breaks tomorrow. We'll be back to breaking Friday. Master Apprentice Red, 80 out of 200. Hamali Olakatu for Manly. Master Apprentice Red, thank you. Number 11, Joseph Sawali for the Roosters. Master Apprentice Red, number 54, Phoenix Crossland for the Knights. 54. Master Apprentice Red for the Tigers, Stefano Itakamanu, 163. Stefano Itakamanu Green, number 65. Turn it on or...
No, I'm just saying it's getting dark. Did you want me to close that?
Yeah, it was a bit bright for the pictures. Black Tough, Master Apprentice Red, number 67. Alright, so we need two more hobby starters. We have a blue, number 44, Tohu Harris for the Warriors. James Tamo for the Tigers, red 170. Sounds like bingo. Red 170, red 170. Alright, here we go. So we'll get these packets open. We'll go through the starter packs for the Newsagents. High Performances IEO for Panthers. Patrick Carrigan, parallel for Broncos. I'd forgotten how long it takes to do the photos for these big breaks. Tommy Talau, Power Heroes for Tigers. It just takes so long to sort them all out. I haven't actually put the photos up yet, but I have taken them. Wade Graham, Parallel for Sharks. That was why I end up just doing the numbered hits in the last few breaks for Elite and that. Josh Schuster, Rising Stars for Manly. Panthers Parallel Checklist. Dylan Mateen Zelezniak, Power Heroes for the Warriors. James Fisher Harris, Parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Dejan Assi for the Cowboys. Jordan Ricky, Parallel for Broncos. High Performance, Lachlan Croker for Manly. Victor Radley, Parallel for Roosters. Season to Remember, Alexander Brimson for Titans. Blake Laurie, Parallel for Dragons. Scott Drinkwater, Parallel for Cowboys. High Performance, Reed Marnie, Parramatta Eels. Jai Arrow, Parallel for the Rabbitohs. Jaden Brayley, Parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Matthew Tomoko for the Raiders. Jesse Bromwich, Parallel for Storm. James Tedesco, Power Heroes for the Roosters. Kyle Felt, Parallel for Cowboys. High Performance, Blake Brayley for the Sharks. Ronaldo Mulitalo, Parallel for the Sharks. Master and Apprentice, Matt Dory for the Bulldogs. Tommy Talau, Parallel for Tigers. Ooh, that's a bonus in the starter packs. Bailey Simonson, Black Authentic, number 10. Nice hit for Gareth Lawson there. Tessie New, Parallel for the Broncos. High performance, Brendan Smith for the Storm. Cody Nicarima, parallel for Warriors. Rising Stars, Trent Floro for the Storm. James Tamo, parallel for Tigers. Power Heroes are your bonus card in your Newsagents, Master and Apprentice in your hobby. Jack Whiten, parallel for Raiders. As far as the packets go, I don't know if there's any difference. None of you say. Yeah, there you go. So Master and Apprentice Black, Amali, Olakatu for Manly. Rabbitohs Parallel Checklist. Josh Jackson, parallel for Bulldogs. Team High Performance for the Raiders. Joseph Tapine, parallel for the Raiders. Tyrell Sloan, Rising Stars for the Dragons. Elijah Guitar, parallel for the Warriors. High Performance, Isaac Liu for the Roosters. Tyson Frizzell, parallel for Knights. Storm Parallel Checklist. Master and Apprentice, Bo Formore for the Titans. Regan Campbell Gillard, parallel for Eels. Hey mate. Joseph Suwali, Season to Remember for the Roosters. Jeremy Marshall King, parallel for Bulldogs. Brad Parker, parallel for Manly. Hayes Dunster, Rising Stars for the Eels. Brian Kelly, parallel for Titans. No, these cards are already sold to whoever's in this break. But we will be listing the cards, most of the cards up for sale individually when we get the chance. Season to Remember for the Broncos. Yeah. Jerome Hughes, parallel for Storm. Taking the tape. Club Heroes, Brodie Jones for the Knights. David Fafita, parallel for Titans. Rising Stars, Kobe Hetherington for the Broncos. Thomas Burgess, parallel for the Rabbitohs. Rising Stars, Valemi Vila for the Warriors. Manly parallel checklist. I'm an Eels supporter. So I normally cop a bit of flack for wearing the Eels jersey, so I thought I'd wear something neutral for the first couple of breaks so I could concentrate on the cards. Jermaine Hopgood, Rising Stars for Panthers. No. I've already said that to them. If they want me to wear a different jersey, they can buy me one, but I'm keeping it. Clinton Gufferson, parallel for the Eels. Marston Apprentice, Corey Oates for the Broncos. Do you think Dragons will go alright? We'll have to wait and see. Felice Kafusi, parallel for the Storm. Rising Stars, Lachlan Elias for the Rabbitohs. Kieran Foran, parallel for Manly. Egan Butcher, Rising Stars for the Roosters. B top 8th. I reckon they're in contention for it. Bradman Best, parallel for Knights. Team High Performance for Manly. Daly Cherry Evans for Manly. Rising Stars, Blake Taff for the Rabbitohs. Milwaukee Fotoika, parallel for the Titans. Jordan Rapana, season remember for the Raiders. Damien Cook, parallel for Rabbits. Season to remember, Jaden Ockenbaugh for Bulldogs. Aaron Clark, parallel for Titans. Corey Allen, parallel for Bulldogs. Season to remember, Tommy Turbo for Manly. Sam Walker, parallel for Roosters. Ben Trebojevic, Rising Stars for Manly. Stephen Crichton, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Isaac Tago for Panthers. Dylan Brown, parallel for Eels. Waimu Grigg for the Eels, Rising Stars. Big Tino, parallel for the Titans. Rising Stars, Bailey Biondi Otto for the Bulldogs. Josh Curran, parallel for Warriors. Season to remember, Mitchell Pearce for the Knights. Lachlan Croker, parallel for Manly. Season to remember, Thomas Burgess for the Rabbitohs. Adam Dewey, parallel for Tigers. Matt Croker, Rising Stars for the Knights. Nathan Brown, parallel for the Eels. Sharks checklist. Elliot Whitehead, parallel for Raiders. High performance for the Titans. Mitch Ream. Mikhail Ravalawa for the Dragons. Last two packets. Season to remember, Josh Adokar for Storm. Cody Ramsey, parallel for Dragons. Rising Stars, Sam Walker for the Roosters. Jason Tormalolo, parallel for Cowboys. Power Hero Green, Daniel Saifiti for the Knights. That's numbered 95. Power Hero Blue for the Broncos, Katoni Staggs. Oh, we don't need to put them ones. Blue, Daniel Saifidi for the Knights. Blue for the Bulldogs, Nick Kotrick. Someone seeking. Blue, and that's number 5. So we will randomise that again. Green for Dry Arrow, and that's number 98. Here I am turning it so I can read it. But yeah, number 98. Dry Arrow for the Rabbitohs. Blue, Nick Kotrick for the Bulldogs. Got another blue, Valentine Holmes for the Cowboys. Dry Arrow for the Rabbitohs. Another blue, Toby Rudolph for the Sharks. Harry Grant for Storm in the blue. Lots of blue. Oh, we have a black. Valentine Holmes for the Cowboys, number 62. We have a green, number 42. Tony Staggs for the Broncos. A pink, number 115, and that is number 14, so second header card. That's what we call them. Couldn't remember in the first. Right, header card. So it doesn't actually have any team on it, to be honest, but it goes in the second picture, therefore it gets randomised between those cards. Junior Paulo, blue for the Eels. 3 left to go. I think this is a green. Yep, and it's number 43. It's second header card, so we'll randomise that as well. Blue, Ben Hunt for the Dragons. Pink, number 91, Kieran Foran for Manly. Alright. Well, that's all our starter packs. So let's get these opened. High Performance, Micah Sevo for the Eels. Elliot Whitehead, parallel for Raiders. Adam Dewey, parallel for Tigers. Isaiah Katoa, parallel for Warriors. Season to Remember, Jesse Bromwich for Storm. Jaden Brayley, parallel for Knights. Jesse Bromwich, parallel for Storm. Rising Stars, Egan Butcher for the Roosters. Lachlan Croker, parallel for Manly. Rising Stars, Bailey Biondi Otto for the Bulldogs. Balami Kickout, parallel for Panthers. Season to Remember, Ham Fido for the Cowboys. Josh Kerr, parallel for the Dragons. Jared Guerrero Hargreaves, parallel for Roosters. Master and Apprentice, Cody Walker for the Rabbitohs. Master and Apprentice Black. There we go. Zach Lomax, parallel for Dragons. Cowboys parallel checklist. Season to Remember, Adam Reynolds for the Rabbitohs. Ryan Madison, parallel for the Eels. Rising Stars, Rumi Greg for the Eels. Jeremy Marshall King, parallel for Bulldogs. High Performance, Tommy Turbo for Manly. Broncos parallel checklist. Master and Apprentice for the Sharks. Matt Moylan. Mikhail Ravalawa, parallel for the Dragons. Rising Stars, Isaac Tago for Panthers. Kyle Felt, parallel for Cowboys. Rising Stars, Jason Saab for Manly. David Nofaluma, parallel for Tigers. Club Hero, Big Tino for the Titans. Junior Paulo, parallel for Eels. High Performance, David Nofaluma for the Tigers. Jake Trbojevic, parallel for Manly. Rising Stars, Lachlan Elias for the Rabbitohs. Jai Arrow, parallel for the Rabbitohs. Rising Stars, Dejan Assi for the Cowboys. James Tamo, parallel for Tigers. Regan Campbell-Gillard, parallel for Eels. Jai Arrow, Power Heroes for the Rabbitohs. Matt Moylan, parallel for Sharks. Manly parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Matthew Tomoko for the Raiders. Junior Paulo, Power Heroes for the Eels. Justin Olam, parallel for Storm. Nah. We'll be right. Tyrell Sloan, Rising Stars for the Dragons. James Fisher-Harris, parallel for Panthers. Oh. Ooh, nice one. So we have a creator. Number 2. Mr. Jerome Hughes for the Storm. Nathan Thompson will be a happy man. Josh Curran, parallel for Warriors. Season to remember, Xavier Coates for Broncos. Thomas Burgess, parallel for Rabbitohs. So don't forget, we still can hit another one in the case. Just because I've had one come out in the starter packs doesn't mean it's all over Red Rover. Anthony Don, retirements for the Titans. I'm not sure all you guys would agree with me, but Nathan Thompson might be lucky enough to hit another one. Jack Etherington, parallel for Bulldogs. Season to remember, Jared Croker for the Raiders. Raiders parallel checklist. Daniel Saifidi, parallel for Knights. Season to remember, William Kennedy for the Sharks. Jordan Ricky, parallel for the Broncos. Rising Stars, Joseph Sawali for the Roosters. Harry Grant, parallel for Storm. Season to remember, Ryan Pappenhausen for the Storm. Valentine Holmes, parallel for the Cowboys. Rising Stars, TC Rabadi for Broncos. Warriors parallel checklist. Brett Morris, season to remember for the Roosters. James Tedesco, parallel for the Roosters. Master and Apprentice, Cody Walker. And Josh Papali, parallel for the Raiders. High performance for the Sharks. Nathan Brown, parallel for the Eels. Master and Apprentice, Josh Papali for the Raiders. Big Tino for the Titans, parallel. Team high performance for the Bulldogs. Victor Radley, parallel for the Roosters. Rising Stars, Ben Trojanovic for Manly. Sharks parallel checklist. Sam Williams, season to remember for the Raiders. Corey Allen, parallel for Bulldogs. Master and Apprentice, Ben Hunt for the Dragons. Joseph Tapine, parallel for the Raiders. What do we got? 10 packets left to go. Davey Moali, Rising Stars for the Rabbits. Tavita Totola, parallel for the Rabbits. Season to remember, Nathan Cleary for Panthers. Cody Nikorima, parallel for Warriors. High performance, David Fafita for the Titans. Jake Clifford, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Kobe Hetherington for the Broncos. Jack Whiten, parallel for Raiders. Alami Vailea, Rising Stars for Warriors. Damien Cook, parallel for Rabbits. Club Heroes, Payne Huss for Broncos. Jake Avarillo, parallel for Bulldogs. Rising Stars, Matt Croker for the Knights. Look at that face, would ya? Jake Granville, parallel for Cowboys. Tyson Gamble, parallel for Broncos. Rising Stars, Toby Sexton for the Titans. Toby Rudolph, parallel for Sharks. And a last packet for our starter packs. And we have a Power Hero, Tommy Talau for the Tigers. Liam Martin, parallel for Panthers. Alright, let me get rid of these base cards quickly. This. Well, Nathan Thompson's doing alright, that's for sure. Mr. Ryan Pappenhausen, Club Hero case card, number 13. Alright. Cohen Hess, parallel for Cowboys. Season to remember, Thomas Burgess for the Rabbitohs. Jacob Saifiti, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Valami Vailea for the Warriors. Chance Nico Klokstad, parallel for the Raiders. Rising Stars, Matt Croker for the Knights. Christian Welsh, parallel for the Storm. Club hero, Cohen Hess for the Cowboys. Dylan Martin Zalesniak, parallel for Warriors. High Performance, Milwaukee Fodawaika for the Titans. Tommy Turbo, parallel for Manly. Tommy Talau, Power Heroes for the Tigers. Jared Wallace, parallel for Titans. Trent Merrin, retirement for the Dragons. Cody Walker, parallel for the Rabbits. Rising Stars, Kobe Hetherington for the Broncos. Saitili Tupanua, parallel for the Roosters. Matthew Tomoko, Rising Stars for the Raiders. Corey Waddell, parallel for Bulldogs. Season to remember, Mitchell Pearce for the Knights. Emery Gula, parallel for Raiders. Rising Stars, Rumu Grieg for the Eels. Tohu Harris, parallel for Warriors. High Performance, Clinton Gufferson for the Eels. Daniel Tupu, parallel for Roosters. Season to remember, Joseph Sonali for the Roosters. Apasai Coruscant, parallel for Panthers. 141. You doing pick your team? Nah. Was hoping to get it done, but by the time I finish this and take my photos, and then I've still got to actually upload the photos from the first break. Time-wise, I don't think it's possible. I would have liked to because I can't do any breaks tomorrow, so we're going to have to hold off till Friday. But yeah. Jerome Luai, parallel for Panthers. Team High Performance for the Broncos. Tony Staggs, parallel for Broncos. Rising Stars, Tyrell Sloan for the Dragons. William Kennedy, parallel for Sharks. Jake Turpin, parallel for Broncos. Season to remember, Tommy Turbo. David Nofaluma, parallel for Tigers. Save the Storm hits for me then. I think you missed the creator. And that was number 2. Rising Stars, Ben Jaboyevich for Manly. Junior Paulo, parallel for the Eels. Jack Bird, parallel for Dragons. High Performance, William Kennedy for the Sharks. Valentine Holmes, parallel for Cowboys. And the case card, Club Hero. Rising Stars, Bailey Biondi Otto for the Bulldogs. Sifa Talakai for the Sharks. High Performance, Ruben Garrick from Manly. Tigers parallel checklist. Master and Apprentice, Josh Jackson for the Bulldogs. Daniel Saifidi, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Isaac Tago, the Panthers. Harry Grant, parallel for Storm. Season to remember, Alexander Brinson for the Titans. Jake Trbojevic, parallel for Manly. Titans parallel checklist. Should get it quick, DK. Nathan's not here. Just message him and ask him, does he want to swap breaks with you? You might be lucky, you might not know what's hit yet. I was going to say, I wouldn't be happy if it was me though. Rising Stars, Egan Butcher for the Roosters. Davida Satola, parallel for the Rabbits. Ben Hunt for the Dragons, Power Hero. Marcus Sivo, parallel for Eels. team. Because Manly's grey but readable.
Better than that navy blue, you couldn't read that at all.
Yeah. Sorry, we're just comparing numbers on the back when you're trying to sort of Herbie Farmworth. Master and Apprentice for the Broncos. Jack Hetherington, parallel for Bulldogs. Rising Stars, Lachlan Elias for the Rabbits. Raiders parallel checklist. Season to remember, Jaden Ockenbaugh for the Bulldogs. Chanel Harris Tavita for the Warriors, parallel. Cowboys, Rising Stars, Dejan Assi. Andrew McCulloch, parallel for Dragons. Master and Apprentice, Black, Mitchell Pearce for the Knights, Angus Crichton, parallel for the Roosters. So it's only priority Master and Apprentice Blacks that's numbered. Liam Martin, parallel for Panthers. High performance, Alex 12 for the Tigers. Damien Cook, parallel for the Rabbits. Elliot Whitehead, parallel for Raiders. High performance, and David Clemmer for the Knights. Josh Curran, parallel for Warriors. Master and Apprentice, Isaiah Yeo for Panthers. Victor Radley, parallel for Roosters. Rising Stars, TC Rabati for the Broncos. James Fisher Harris, parallel for Panthers. Power Heroes, Jake Avarillo, parallel for Bulldogs. Season to remember, Jack Hetherington for the Bulldogs. Jared Rera Hargraves, parallel for the Roosters. Season to remember, Brian To'o for Panthers. And Jordan Ricky, parallel for Broncos. Sharks parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Aaron Shute for the Bulldogs. Adam Dewey, parallel for Tigers. Master and Apprentice, Valentine Holmes for the Cowboys. Nathan Brown, parallel for Eels. Rising Stars, Davy Mole for the Rabbits. Jack Whiten, parallel for Raiders. Rising Stars, Helam Aluki for the Cowboys. Mikal Ravalawa, parallel for Dragons. Season to remember, Murray Talagi for the Cowboys. Kyle Felt, parallel for Cowboys. Master and Apprentice, Corey Oates for the Broncos. That's Master Apprentice Black. Jaden Brayley, parallel for Knights. Cody Nicarima, parallel for Warriors. Jesse Bromwich, parallel for Storm. Season to remember, and Josh Curran for the Warriors. Thomas Burgess, parallel for the Rabbitohs. Rising Stars, Edward Cossey for the Warriors. Jeremy Marshall King, parallel for Bulldogs. Rising Stars, Jake Simpkin for the Tigers. Valami Kickout, parallel for Panthers. High Performance, Roger Tuivasa-Sheck for the Warriors. Broncos parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Jason Saab for Manly. Cody Ramsey, parallel for the Dragons. Club Hero, Ben Hunt for the Dragons. Jason Tormalolo, parallel for Cowboys. Josh Papali, Power Hero for Raiders. Matt Moylan, parallel for Sharks. James Tamo, parallel for Tigers. I don't know if he's watching. He hasn't commented.
Just ask if he's there. Ask if his parcel lock is still the same.
Richard Light, if you happen to be watching, we're just double checking that your parcel lock is still the same, hasn't changed. Rising Stars, Toby Sexton for Titans, Regan Campbell Gillard, parallel for the Eels. If it's one of the new ones, it automatically just assigns your locker when you have a parcel. Rising Stars, Taylor May, Tyson Frizzell, parallel for the Knights. Jaden Campbell, season to remember for the Titans. Storm parallel checklist. Cherry Evans, parallel for Manly. Dave Nofaluma, season to remember for the Tigers. Josh Kerr, parallel for Dragons. Rising Stars, Dean Irema for the Storm. Jake Granville, parallel for Cowboys. High performance, Thomas Burgess for the Rabbitohs. Jake Clifford, parallel for Knights. We have a white authentic SIG for the Rabbitohs, Alex Johnston, number 22. Nice clean SIG, number 22 for the Rabbitohs, Dylan Cameron. Justin Olam, parallel for Storm. Team high performance for the Cowboys. Manly parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Teague Wilton for the Sharks. David Fafita, parallel for the Titans. Rising Stars, Joseph Suwali for the Roosters. Milwaukee Fotowaka, parallel for the Titans. Just catching up, right, dude. Trying to steal my cards. Has enough. Let someone else have a turn. Brendan Martin had any predictors in either of the breaks? Yeah, we got 3 predictors in the first break. Pretty sure it was 3. Bulldogs, Dragons, and the Cowboys, I think, maybe? Jira Mimosa, Rising Stars for the Knights. Welcome Nathan, welcome Brendan anyway. Manly Parallel Checklist. Nathan's just tuned in on YouTube, DK. Not keen to let you take his spot. There you go. No, Nathan will want them. He won't want to sell them.
Yeah, what I'd be saying, Nathan, how much do you want to pay? How much Nathan can say, DK, how much do you want to pay?
There you go. Dad reckons to see what he's willing to pay for it before you say no.
Yeah.
Sam Walker, club hero for the Roosters. Dave Fafita, parallel for Titans. Seen a few on Facebook, people selling them, laugh out loud. Yes, well, unlucky for us. We didn't get ours. Well, we only got ours yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, last night, basically, by the time we finished unloading. Xavier Savage, Rising Stars for Raiders. So we are a bit behind with getting listings up, guys, but they'll be there. Thomas Burgess, parallel for the Rabbits. Daniel Saifiti, season to remember for the Knights. Jeremy Marshall King, parallel for Bulldogs. Raiders parallel, Elliot Whitehead. Scott Drinkwater, parallel for Cowboys. Rising Stars, Hayes Dunster for the Eels. Josh Curran, parallel for Warriors. High Performance, Andrew McCulloch for the Dragons. Victor Radley, parallel for Roosters. Power Heroes, Brian Topoff for Panthers. Yeah, Brody, can you... Oh, you're gone.
Yeah, what do you want?
Shut the blinds.
Yes, please. James Fisher Harris, parallel for Panthers. There we go. That's better. Yeah, haven't seen it for 3 weeks. Yeah, it's a bit like that. I thought we were about to have a storm half an hour ago when we... Yeah.
That's what I said, the storm is about.
We had a bit of thunder. I don't know what happened to it. It must have just blew over. Jaden Sullivan, Rising Stars for the Dragons. Jordan Ricky, parallel for Broncos. That light just sort of crept up too. I didn't even sort of realise it was there. Trent, I just started squinting, and it wasn't until I was squinting to read the message that Scott's talking about the light coming through the window that I noticed the light coming through the window. Rising Stars for Storm, Trent Lorio, Bradman Best, parallel for Knights. Sharks parallel checklist. Season to remember, Daly Cherry Evans for Manly. I liked them. I was a bit worried when I seen the flyer and the checklist and that. Just more so look at the cards in those pictures. I wasn't too phased, but Adam Dewey parallel for Tigers. Now that they're here and are opening, I was actually looking at Jared Reed's break last night, getting into them, thinking, oh yeah, I could get into these, so I'm looking forward to opening, that's for sure. Rising Stars, Josh Schuster for Manly, Nathan Brown, parallel for Eels. I like the Master and Apprentice. A couple of things that annoys me with them, but all in all, I like them. The high performance, there's something different, I guess. Isaiah Yeo for Panthers, Mikhail Ravalawa, parallel for Dragons. I haven't held a parallel next to a base, but I assume they're two different pictures. I just think they could probably make them different a bit more. They're sort of, yeah. Number 14, so second header card.
The background's black and white.
Yeah, that's all they've basically done. There's not much difference in them. And I assume like the actual photo is probably a different photo.
I don't know what else.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Kyle Felt, parallel for Cowboys. Foil
Yeah,
sig.
it's a different photo.
Yeah, but other than that, there's not much difference, is there?
Oh, fish are different in inches, not too bad.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Foil sig for the Cowboys, number 44. Who's that? Enad. Jaden Brayley, parallel for Knights. Master and Apprentice, Hamali Olakatu for Manly. Elise Kafusi, parallel for Storm. Oh, God. Pardon?
Nothing.
Oh, the news.
Oh, thank you.
Rising Stars for the Sharks, Luke Metcalf.
Did you see that?
Kieran Foran, parallel for Manly.
Oh my God.
Rising Stars, Jermaine Hopgood for Panthers. Jesse Bromwich, parallel for Storm. Season to remember, David Fafita for Titans. Lachlan Croker, parallel for Manly. Rising Stars, Sam Walker for the Roosters. Big Tino for the Titans. High performance is Isaac Liu for the Roosters. Jai Arrow, parallel for Rabbits. Corey Allen, parallel for Bulldogs. Season to remember, Roger Tuivasa-Sheck for the Warriors. Aaron Clark, parallel for Titans. Team high performance for the Knights. Joseph Tapine, parallel for Raiders. Rising Stars, Blake Taff for the Rabbitohs. Elijah Katoa, parallel for the Warriors. Season to remember, Jake Avarillo for Bulldogs. Sam Walker, parallel for the Roosters. Rising Stars, Zach Sheeny for Tigers. Stephen Crichton, parallel for Panthers. Master and Apprentice, Daniel Atupo, and it's black for the Roosters. Rabbitohs parallel checklist. Josh Jackson, parallel for the Bulldogs. Tessie New, parallel for Broncos. High performance, Brendan Smith for the Storm. Ronaldo Mulitalo, parallel for Sharks. Master and Apprentice, Phoenix Crossland for the Knights. Tommy Talau, parallel for Tigers. Rising Stars, Greg Martu for the Titans. Dylan Brown, parallel for Eels. Season to remember, Luke Brooks for the Tigers. Blake Lawrie, parallel for the Dragons. Alright, so that means we're 3 boxes into the case. Team High Performance for the Dragons. Ben Hunt, parallel for the Dragons. Rising Stars, a Rocco Berry for the Warriors. Nick Kotrick, parallel for Bulldogs. Toby Rudolph, Power Hero for the Sharks. Jose Tavega, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, Mari Talagi for the Cowboys. Hammer Fido for the Cowboys. Season to remember, Alex Johnston for the Rabbitohs. Knights parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Dominic Young for the Knights. Jerome Hughes, parallel for Storm. Brad Parker, parallel for Manly. High Performance, a Jordan Arapana for the Raiders. Brian Kelly, parallel for Titans. Master and Apprentice, Tohu Harris for the Warriors. Campbell Graham, parallel for Rabbits. Rising Stars, Harley Smith Shields for the Raiders. Joe Stimson, parallel for Bulldogs. Season to remember, Jaden Brayley for the Knights. Hudson Young, parallel for Raiders. Adam Fanua Blake, parallel for Warriors. Rising Star, Will Penasini for the Eels. Joseph Manu, parallel for Roosters. Hi Benny, how's it going mate? Not bad. Master and Apprentice, Ben Hunt for the Dragons. Panthers checklist, parallel. Rising Stars, Tall 2, Amon for the Dragons. Patrick Carrigan, parallel for Broncos. Season to remember, Ruben Garrick for Manly. Wade Graham, parallel for Sharks. Master and Apprentice, Bo Formore for the Titans, and that's a black one. Dane Laurie, parallel for Tigers. No, only the case cards so far. We haven't found any of the Legends SIGs. Yeah, we managed to get a 22 Laurie Daly case card. Or half a one, half a Mount Meninga. Clint Gufferson, parallel for the Eels. So I showed that at the beginning of last break. If you missed it, that's an error that's already been picked up. Reid Marnie, parallel for Eels. Foil SIG for the Knights, Jaden Brayley, number 173. Kevin Proctor, parallel for Titans. You've ordered a box. Depending on when you ordered it, I dare say it's probably got sent out today. Benny 101. Yeah, no, he just said I have ordered a box. He could have just ordered it. I don't know. Roosters parallel checklist. Yeah. And so I said, depending on when you ordered it, it could have got sent out today. Otherwise, I dare say, I think he's on top of them, so they'll be sent out tomorrow or close to. Keenan Palacia, Rising Stars for Broncos. Isaiah Yeo, parallel for Panthers. He's pretty quick in getting those orders churned out, let me tell you. Sam Walker, season to remember for the Roosters. Herbie Farnworth, parallel for Broncos. Being told you can use an order as a football and then open it up and display them still afterwards. The packaging's that good. Rising Stars, Falakiku Manu for the Bulldogs. Jesse Ramian, parallel for the Sharks. High Performance, Will Hopewade for the Bulldogs. Alex Twal, parallel for Tigers. High Performance, Payne Huss for the Broncos. Jordan Rapiner, parallel for the Raiders. Season to remember, Corey Norman for the Dragons. Latrell Mitchell, parallel for the Rabbits. Rising Stars, Tyson Smoothie for the Storm. Cowboys parallel checklist. You're okay, right? Rising Stars, Jaden Campbell for the Titans. Luciano Leilua, parallel for Tigers. Rising Stars, Tukimiya Simpkins for for the Tigers.
I don't know how cold it will be, Brody.
I asked him to get it. It's been in there for a few hours now. Thomas Flegler, parallel for the Broncos. Tohu Harris, Club Heroes for the Warriors. Sione Katoa, parallel for the Sharks. So I was just saying when I finish I can throw it straight in the bin. I'll blame you, you gave it to me. Blake Ferguson, season remember for the Eels. Ryan Madison, parallel for Eels.
He did it.
You cut it.
Oh,
That's
Zach Lomax, parallel for Dragons. High performance of Valentine Holmes for the Cowboys. Mitchell Pearce, parallel for Knights. Power Heroes, Kieran Foran for Manly. Kenneth Bromwich, parallel for Storm. And our last packet for the box. Rising Stars, Franklin Peely for the Sharks. Jason Saab, parallel for Manly.
Jesse Bromwich has just been ruled out of round one due to COVID.
Yeah, well, we're going to start needing those reserve players in pretty much every team the way it's going.
Broncos have got it at the moment too, I think.
Reynolds is out.
Bromwich doesn't have his family members have his contact.
Yeah. Well, Charlie and Paris have got it at the moment. Yeah. I messaged them to see how they were doing with the weather down there. And I didn't get a message back till like yesterday afternoon. And that was the message I got back. Yeah, the weather's alright. Hasn't really affected us, but me and Paris have got COVID. No, I assume so. I mean, Blake Tough, Club Heroes for the Rabbits. Toby Rudolph, parallel for the Sharks. Rising Stars, Tuki Mahia Simpkins for the Tigers. Tyson Gamble, parallel for Broncos. Dragons parallel checklist. Season to remember, Adam Dewey for the Tigers. Mitchell Moses, parallel for the Eels. Rising Stars, Jaden Campbell for the Titans. Stefano Itakamanu, parallel for the Tigers. Master and Apprentice, Joseph Suwali for the Roosters. Isaiah Yeo, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Tyson Smoothie for Storm. Reece Robson, parallel for Cowboys. Oh. High Performance, Reece Robson for the Cowboys. Kalen Ponga, parallel for the Knights. Darren Watine Zalesniak, Power Hero for Warriors. Ryan Pappenhausen, parallel for Storm. And to be honest, the main thing I'm missing from the Stardoons is the acetate cards. I like them, I think they're cool. Rising Stars, Franklin Peely for the Sharks. Josh Schuster, parallel for Manly. What's everyone else's thoughts? Rising Stars, Taltor Amon for the Dragons. Herbie Farnworth, parallel for Broncos. Benji Marshall for the Rabbitohs retirement. Corey Thompson, parallel for Titans. Season to remember, Ewan Aiken for the Warriors. Cameron Murray, parallel for Rabbitohs. Rising Stars, Rocco Berry for the Warriors. Luke Thompson, parallel for Bulldogs. Thomas Flagler, oh, no, too far. I agree, Startoons don't look as cheap as the Power Heroes do. Yeah, High Performance, Jake Turpin for the Broncos. Josh Papali, parallel for Raiders. Yeah, at least with most of the Startoons, you could see who the player was. Like, I honestly don't believe that looks anything like Tedesco. So, yeah, I don't know. There's a few. I don't mind them. I like the idea, but yeah, I think they missed a couple of spots, sort of, that they could have gotten better. Anyway, what do you do? Warriors parallel checklist. And then to have so many variations of something that they sort of missed the mark on in the first place. Well, season to remember for the Sharks. Jesse Ramian, the parallel for the Sharks. There was one year of the Star Tunes that I've noticed I wasn't a massive fan of, but majority of them, I liked them. I did. James Tedesco, parallel for the Roosters. I like the acetate cards. That's something different. Like even in the gems, like in the oldest series and things like that. Like I just like those acetates. Matt Burton, season to remember for Panthers. Thomas Flegler, parallel for Broncos. And I'd assume the acetates wouldn't be that cheap to produce. I don't know that. I wouldn't have a clue, but anything in China's cheap, you reckon? Well, but even if they weren't, do them as a higher end numbered card or something. Rising Stars. Fella Kiko Manu for the Bulldogs. Sione Katoa, parallel for Sharks. High performance of Josh Jackson for the Bulldogs. Luciano Leilua, parallel for the Tigers. Master Apprentice, I'm assuming it's a black for the Warriors. Tohu Harris. Alex Twal, parallel for the Tigers. Ryan Madison, parallel for the Eels. Team high performance for the Tigers. Zach Lomax, parallel for Dragons. Rising Stars, Murray Talagi for the Cowboys. Cowboys parallel checklist. Season to remember, Valentine Holmes for the Cowboys. Mitchell Pearce, parallel for the Knights. Oh. Dominic Young, Rising Stars for the Knights. Kenneth Bromwich, parallel for Storm. Reid Marnie, parallel for Eels. Jason Saab, parallel for Manly. High performance, Josh Hodgson for the Raiders. Kevin Proctor, parallel for Titans. Master Apprentice, just normal for the Tigers. Latrell Mitchell, parallel for the Rabbits. Rising Stars, Harley Smith Shields for the Raiders. Nick Kotrick, parallel for the Bulldogs. Season to remember, Albert Kelly for the Broncos. Jordan Rabiner, parallel for the Raiders. Jazz Tavega, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, Will Penasini. Roosters parallel checklist. Keenan Palacia, Rising Stars for Broncos. Brian To'o, parallel for Panthers. Another box done and dusted. Alright. Rising Stars, Jason Saab for Manly. Zach Lomax, parallel for Dragons. Rising Stars, Taylor May for Panthers. Mitchell Pearce, parallel for Knights. Alex 12, parallel for Tigers. Rising Stars, Toby Sexton for the Titans. Red Marnie, parallel for the Eels. Season to remember, Jaden Campbell for the Titans. Kenneth Bromwich, parallel for Storm. Rising Stars, Aaron Shoup for Bulldogs. Dane Laurie, parallel for Tigers. Jason Saab, parallel for Manly. Joseph Sawali, Rising Stars for Roosters. Kevin Proctor, parallel for Titans. Club Hero for the Sharks, Luke Metcalf. Cowboys parallel checklist. High Performance, David Nofaluma for the Tigers. Latrell Mitchell, parallel for Rabbits. Kieran Foran, Power Heroes for Manly. Nick Kotrick, parallel for Bulldogs. Master and Apprentice, Hammer Fido for the Cowboys. Pink Gufferson, parallel for Eels. Rising Stars, Davy Mole for the Rabbits. Jordan Rapiner, parallel for Raiders. Roger Tulvasa Shek, retirement for the Warriors. Jazz Tavega, parallel for Warriors. Season to remember, Jack Hetherington for the Bulldogs. Roosters parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Jake Simpkin for the Tigers. Isaiah Yo, parallel for Panthers. High Performance, Reese Walsh for the Warriors. Kirby Farmworth, parallel for Broncos. Rising Stars, Helam Lukey for the Cowboys. Cody Ramsey, parallel for Dragons. Toby Rudolph, Power Heroes for the Sharks. Jesse Ramian, parallel for the Sharks. Parallel, Wade Graham for the Sharks. David Nofaluma, season to remember for the Tigers. Ben Hunt, parallel for Dragons. Rising Stars, Adine Arima for the Storm. Mr. Hammer Fido, parallel for the Cowboys. Season to remember, Murray Talagi for the Cowboys. Jason Tormalolo, parallel for the Cowboys. High Performance, Alex Johnston for the Rabbits. Knights, parallel checklist. Jerome Hughes, parallel for Storm. Team High Performance for the Eels. Brad Parker, parallel for Manly. Teague Wilton, Rising Stars for Sharks. Brian Kelly, parallel for Titans. Season to remember, Josh Curran for the Warriors. Campbell Graham, parallel for Rabbitohs. Master and Apprentice, Cooper Johns, Black. For Storm, Tyson Frizzell, parallel for Knights. Melbourne Storm, parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Edward Cossey for the Warriors. Joe Stimson, parallel for Bulldogs. Parallel. Parallel, Hudson Young for the Raiders. High Performance, Anari Tawala for the Knights. Adam Fanua Blake, parallel for the Warriors. Master and Apprentice, Isaac Togo for the Panthers. Joe Manu, parallel for the Roosters. Rising Stars, TC Rabadi for the Broncos. Panthers parallel checklist. Alright. Season to remember, Brian Totoff for Panthers. Patrick Carrigan, parallel for Broncos. What's up, mate? Card Maniac. Welcome to the video. So I wonder if the signature on the Andrew Eddinghausen Legends card on the box is just an artist's impression.
Probably. Says that in a lot of
Pardon?
Says that in a lot of the signature cards in the past, so it probably is.
So I'm pretty sure that the Legends cards I've seen were both redemptions. I was half asleep when I was looking at the stuff, so High Performance, a Jack Bird for the Dragons. Sam Walker, parallel for the Roosters. Tom Dearden, parallel for Cowboys. Power Heroes, Katoni Staggs for the Broncos. Stephen Crichton, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Jaden Sullivan for the Dragons. Tessie New, parallel for Broncos. Renato Mulitalo, parallel for the Sharks. Season to remember, Chad Townsend for the Sharks. Tommy Talau, parallel for the Tigers. Rising Stars, Josh Schuster for Manly. Dylan Brown for the Eels. Rising Stars, Trent Leroy for the Storm. Mitchell Barnett, parallel for Knights. High Performance, Brian Totoff for Panthers. Blake Laurie, parallel for Dragons. Nick Kotrick, Power Heroes for Bulldogs. Scott Drinkwater, parallel for Cowboys. Bradman Best, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Jermaine Hopgood for the Panthers. Felice Kafusi, parallel for Storm. Season to remember, Josh Addo-Carr for the Storm. Kieran Foran, parallel for Manly. Rising Stars, Xavier Savage for the Raiders. Jai Arrow, parallel for Rotos. Rising Stars, Jira Mimosia for the Knights. Lachlan Croker, parallel for Panthers. Club Heroes, Isaiah Yo for Panthers. Big Tino for the Titans. Season to remember, Alex Glenn for the Broncos. Corey Allen, parallel for Bulldogs. Blake Ferguson, retirement for the Eels. another pack of the sleeves, someone, please. Joseph Tapine, parallel for Raiders. Rising Stars, Sam Walker for the Roosters. Aaron Clark, parallel for Titans. Cheers. High Performance, Daniel Tupou for the Roosters. Rabbitohs parallel checklist. Josh Jackson, parallel for Bulldogs. Team High Performance for Titans. You might need to refresh again, you're starting to echo a bit, mate. Alright, give me a sec. Ryan Sutton, parallel for the Raiders. Should all come back on. Hopefully that sounds a bit better, Matt. Master and Apprentice, Kevin Proctor for the Titans. Nelson Asafa Solomona, parallel for Storm. Rising Stars, Luke Metcalf for the Sharks. Hamali Olakatu, parallel for Manly. Season to remember, Matt Duffy for the Dragons. Alexander Brimson, parallel for Titans. Think it's a black. Yep, there we go. Master and Apprentice, Matt Dory for the Bulldogs. Keon Kolomatangi for the Rabbitohs. Bulldogs parallel checklist. So I'll be taking photos when I finish, guys, but I won't be uploading any of the photos till I get home. Rising Stars, Blake Taff for the Rabbitohs. Ewan Aiken, parallel for Warriors. Season to remember, Jordan Arabana for the Raiders. Joseph Sawali for the Roosters. Rising Stars, Zach Sini for the Tigers. Nathan Cleary, parallel for Panthers. Payne Haas, parallel for Broncos. No, but I do have both this time. No missing out. High Performance, Justin Olam for the Storm. Blake Brayley, parallel for Sharks. Master and Apprentice, Jerome Hughes for the Storm, Luke Brooks, parallel for the Tigers. So all up, we've got 7 boxes to go, which includes the Elite and the Priority Box. Rising Stars for the Titans, Greg Marzu, Eels parallel checklist. I think we're going a little bit faster than the first one, maybe not a lot, but yeah, no, that's not going to happen after I take photos. I mean, start time wouldn't be so bad, I could handle that, but by the time we finish, no. Isaiah Papali for the Eels, Tarek Sims, parallel for Dragons. Wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to drive home, sort of thing, if I was already at home doing them. And Mum's probably right, if I kept going I'd probably fall asleep on video. Rising Stars for the Eels, Hayes Dunster, Eliza Katoa, parallel for Warriors. Fingers are fine. I was a bit worried myself before I started, just thinking that I hadn't opened any for a while. But that's all good. We get plenty of practice in. My back's the part that's sore from loading and unloading yesterday. Every now and then I'll twist a certain way and I can feel it sort of jar up. Feel a bit of a pinch and up, no, not that way. Stop and reset. All good. I would have liked to get another one out, just more so because we can't do any breaks tomorrow, as I'll be at TAFE till 7 PM. That's the northern end of the Gold Coast. So then I'd have to drive back down here, and it was just not practical. Rising Stars, Tukamare Simpkins for the Tigers, Katoni Stags, parallel for the Broncos. Yeah, well, that's it. Obviously, by the time we unloaded and I got home, I didn't get to see any of the cards yesterday. So this morning, me opening was pretty much the first chance that I had to look at them myself. Dane Laurie, Club Heroes for the Tigers. William Kennedy, parallel for the Sharks. I did mention earlier that I was watching Jared Reed open last night. Rising Stars, Jaden Campbell for the Titans. David Nofaluma, parallel for Tigers. So I did get a chance to sort of see them. But it's not like having them in hand, actually looking at them. Blake Ferguson, Season to Remember for the Eels. Junior Paulo, parallel for the Eels. Jack Bird, parallel for Dragons. Tyson Smoothie, Rising Stars for the Storm. Valentine Holmes, parallel for Cowboys. High performance, Kyle Felt for the Cowboys. Daniel Saifidi, parallel for the Knights. Well, each break, including the Elite Box, is 17 boxes, plus the bonus, sorting through the bonus cards for the starter packs. Harry Grant, Power Heroes for the Storm. Harry Grant, parallel for the Storm. Franklin Pili, Rising Stars for the Sharks. Jake Trbojevic, parallel for Manly. Master and Apprentice, Jaden Sullivan for the Dragons. Brian Totter, parallel for Panthers. Brett Morris, Roosters retirement. Titans parallel checklist. Season to remember, Corey Norman for the Dragons. Tavita to Tyler, parallel for the Rabbitohs. Rising Stars, Rocco Berry for the Warriors. Jack Hetherington, parallel for Bulldogs. High performance, Xavier Coates for Broncos. Raiders parallel checklist. Alexander Brimson, Power Heroes for the Titans. Chanel Harris Tavita, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, Talator Amon for the Dragons. Thomas Flegler, parallel for Broncos. Angus Crichton, parallel for Roosters. Rising Stars, Keenan Palacia for Broncos. Liam Martin, parallel for Panthers. It's getting there. I've got technically 5.5 boxes left to go. Season to remember, Sam Walker for Roosters. Tyson Gamble, parallel for Broncos. Getting there. There's roughly 16 in total. Yeah. Rising Stars, Falakiku Manu for the Bulldogs. Toby Rudolph, parallel for Sharks. High Performance, Nick Meaney for the Bulldogs. Stefano Uchikamanu for the Tigers. Mitchell Moses, parallel for the Eels. Season to remember, Ruben Garrick for Manly. Sione Katoa, parallel for Sharks. Master Apprentice, Matt Moylan, black for the Sharks. Luciano Leilua, parallel for Tigers. Team High Performance for the Roosters. Dragons parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Murray Talagi for the Cowboys. Reece Robson, parallel for the Cowboys. Season to remember, Alex Johnston for the Rabbits. Kalen Ponga, parallel for the Knights. Ryan Madison, parallel for the Eels. Rising Stars, Dominic Young for Knights. Ryan Pappenhausen, parallel for Storm. Josh Schuster, parallel for Manly. High Performance, Jordan Rapiner for the Raiders. Corey Thompson, parallel for Titans. Master and Apprentice, Josh Curran for the Warriors. Cameron Murray, parallel for Rabbitohs. Rising Stars, Harley Smith Shields for the Raiders. Luke Thompson, parallel for the Bulldogs. Season to remember, Jaden Brayley for the Knights. Josh Papali, parallel for Raiders. Warriors parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Will Pincini for the Eels. James Tedesco, parallel for Roosters. Alright, another box down. Another one busted us. Another one down. Another one down. Another one busted us. Hey. Better be careful, I'll get done for audio on YouTube. Copyright?
Oh my god.
Right.
TikTok covered it.
TikTok's covered it. Season to remember, Zach Lomax for the Dragons. Damien Cook, parallel for the Rabbits. Edward Cossey, Rising Stars for the Warriors. Jake Avarillo, parallel for Bulldogs. High Performance, David Nofaluma for the Tigers. Campbell Graham, parallel for the Rabbitohs. Jack Whiten, parallel for Raiders. High Performance, Jaden Brayley for the Knights. Cody Nicarima, parallel for Warriors. Master and Apprentice, Blake Taff for the Rabbitohs. Jared Riera Hargreaves, parallel for Roosters. All these tips. I don't know which one's his tip, the one he's running through or the one he leaves up.
Yeah, the one he leaves up.
Here's his tip.
Yeah.
Oh, he took away Broncos. I thought he would have went Broncos.
No.
Jai Arrow, Power Heroes for the Rabbitohs. That's what threw me. Joe Stimson, parallel for Bulldogs.
Well, the only man that is going to lift the team to actually be a win is going to have his COVID.
Or the one that's what they're promoting, basically.
He's going to do it single-handedly.
Rising Stars, TC Rabati for the Broncos. Velami Kickout, parallel for Panthers. Has everyone got their tips in, guys? I think 1 o'clock tomorrow. Might be later, I don't know. But get them in now. If you haven't joined, find the post. Make sure you join. I don't know. I thought they... Huh?
Especially right up the kickoff.
Is it? Well, there you go. Brett Morris, season to remember for the Roosters. Broncos parallel checklist. But don't tell them that. Then someone will forget. Get them in now. Don't wait. Matt Moylan, parallel for Sharks. Pretty sure you can even put round 2 in. Rising Stars, Aaron Shoop for the Bulldogs. James Tamo, parallel for the Tigers. Rising Stars, Davey Mole for the Rabbitohs. And who are we? Hudson Young, parallel for the Raiders. Master and Apprentice, Jake Arthur for the Eels. Regan Campbell Gillard, parallel for the Eels. Rising Stars, Helam Lukey for the Cowboys. Josh Kurt, parallel for the Dragons. (2021) season to remember, Adam Reynolds. Jake Granville, parallel for Cowboys. Master and Apprentice, Isaac Tago, and it's a black. Jake Clifford, parallel for Knights. Tigers, Premiership Predictor, number 99. Number 99. Good on you, 99. Adam Fanua Blake for the Warriors. Justin Olam, parallel for Storm. Season to remember, Jared Kroger for the Raiders. Joey Manu, parallel for the Roosters. Rising Stars, Jake Simpkin for the Tigers. Panthers, parallel checklist. Club Heroes, Hayes Dunster for the Eels. Hammett Fido, parallel for Cowboys. High Performance, Wade Egan for the Warriors. Patrick Carrigan, parallel for Broncos. Junior Paulo, Power Heroes for the Eels. Wade Graham, parallel for the Sharks. Thought I'd seen a parallel there before I put those last lot of cards down. Thought I'd better check. Dane Laurie, parallel for Tigers. Rising Stars, Taylor May for Panthers. Knights, parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Toby Sexton for Titans, Clinton Gufson, parallel for the Eels. Season to remember, Reid Marnie for the Eels, Cody Ramsey, parallel for the Dragons. Rising Stars, Dean Irma for Storm, Jason Tormalolo, parallel for Cowboys. Rising Stars, Jason Saab for Manly. Ben Hunt, parallel for Dragons. Already doing a second case break, smashing them out. Trying to get them out as quick as possible. We've got no breaks on tomorrow. Friday will be next break day. Season to remember, Ryan Pappenhausen for the Storm. So we'll start early as possible on Friday morning. If we can get them done quick enough, we might get 3 in, but I won't be holding my breath. Jerome Hughes, and realistically, the first one might get sent Friday, but there's no way the second one will be getting sent, so they'll have to wait till Monday anyway. Jake Avarillo for Bulldogs. Yeah, he's commenting that I'm doing well getting the second one done. Brad Parker, parallel for Manly. No one's whinging. Not that I know of, anyway.
Yeah, not to you.
High performance, Damien Cook for the Rabbitohs. Well, at the end of the day, all I can say is I'm trying. Most people are alright with that. And I'm sorry if, Tyson Frizzell, parallel for Knights. We would have had majority of the breaks done if we got the delivery when everyone else got theirs. Storm parallel checklist, but due to floods and whatnot, it just wasn't to be. I think from what I can tell, Mum managed to open half the case last night.
Yeah.
That was all we got through. So, team high performance for the Rabbits. That's what happens. Daly Cherry Evans, parallel for Manly. We'll get there. Rising Stars, Joseph Sawali for the Roosters. Ryan Kelly, parallel for Titans. Alright, another box down, last packet. Rising Stars, Teague Wilton for the Sharks. Milwaukee Fodawaika. I missed the break since the page. Since the Papa case card. Any other decent Storm hits other than the Creator? I don't think there's been any. No. Titans parallel, Milwaukee Fodawaika. I think your Creator and the case card. You have a few of the starters pack Master and Apprentice cards, but they are before the case card, so you've probably seen them come out. Other than that, I don't think there's been much come out. All good. Cheers, Nate. Appreciate it, mate. I don't know if he's trying to rub it in, Matt, or sort of offer it up, Nathan, but Matt's saying you got the White Storm order in the first break, or if he's just commenting. That could be a tricky, a sucker, or just Rising Stars, Valami, Valea for the Warriors. Joseph Tapine, parallel for the Raiders. Rising Stars, Lachlan Elias for the Rabbits. Chance Nico Klokstad, parallel for the Raiders. Rabbitohs parallel checklist is DK. It's Nathan Thompson on YouTube. Yeah, no, Matt Price is saying that he got the White Storm auto in the first break. Nathan Thompson on YouTube's the one talking about the Storm hits, and then Matt Price is on Facebook talking about Storm hits. Alexander Brimson, parallel for Titans. Rising Stars, Matthew Tomoko for the Raiders. Josh Jackson, parallel for the Bulldogs. Mitchell Pearce, season to remember for the Knights. Ryan Sutton, parallel for Raiders. I'll jump on. What's that card top right in the back of the holder? That's Nathan Thompson's case card. Ryan Pappenhausen, number 13, club hero. Obviously, if I put it in with the cards, it sort of stuffs me up putting more in, so it goes in the corner by itself. Rumi Grigg, Rising Stars to the Eels. Ewan Aiken, parallel for Warriors. Season to remember, Jaden Ockenbaugh for the Bulldogs. Darren Watine Zelezniak, parallel for the Warriors. And he got the Jerome Hughes creator too. I don't not like the creators, but I'm not sure if I'm like wrapped in them, if that makes sense. High performance with the Eels. Joe Manu, parallel, Joseph Suwali, parallel for Roosters. Here we go. Another big name. Kalen Ponga for the Knights, the creator, number 105. Who are we? Gareth Lawson. Nice hit, buddy. Nathan Cleary, parallel for Panthers. Team High Performance for the Raiders. Payne Huss, parallel for Broncos. Rising Stars, Tyrell Sloan for the Dragons. Any good numbered Panthers come out? No, not really. Not that I can think of.
I can't believe Wade Graham hasn't retired.
Blake Brayley. I thought he had.
No, he's
And
still
come back
going.
at one point. Blake Brayley, parallel for the Sharks. Wade Graham, anyone? Did he retire and come back? Or is that just me thinking that?
He's been around forever.
I thought he even had a retirement card at one point.
Kelly wasn't ready.
Season to remember, Tommy Turbo for Manly. Luke Brooks, parallel for Tigers. Aston Apprentice, Black. Amoli Olakatu. He's back but got injured again. But he did retire, didn't he? I'm sure he retired at one point. Wade Graham. No, he didn't. Just out for injury. No, but I thought he had retired and come back and now out on injury or whatever. Okay, Satuli Tupanua, parallel for Roosters. Yeah, well, this year with COVID, we might have a few people coming back from retirement just so they can fill jerseys.
Look out, healthy.
There you go. Dad reckons Cam might be back in for the Storm. He still looks nice and fit, he reckons. He saw him a special dinner on Saturday. Appeside Carousel for Panthers. There you go. It was just out injured. Felt like he retired. He was gone long enough, I reckon. Ben Jaboyevich, I've got no idea. Rising Stars for Manly. Eels parallel checklist. If I was wrong the first time, well, yeah, I've got no idea anymore. Could have been thinking of someone else completely.
We'll never know, will we?
No, because I'll probably never know. Unless it just pops to me. Oh, that's who I was thinking of. Tarek Sims, parallel for Dragons. That could happen, but yeah, probably not. High Performance, William Kennedy and O'Connor Tracy for the Sharks. Tom Dearden, parallel for Cowboys. See, I thought Dearden was a Broncos player. I didn't.
Was.
Yeah, he's
Where is he now?
Cowboys.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Master Apprentice, Matt Dory for the Bulldogs. Mitchell Barnett, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Isaac Tago for Panthers. Nelson Asafa Solomona, parallel for Storm. Club Heroes, Brodie Jones for the Knights. Eliza Katoa, parallel for Warriors. I was in trouble with my daughter when I got home though because she missed football training. Busy unloading and whatnot. Kobe Hetherington, Rising Stars for the Broncos. Sam Walker, parallel for Roosters. Season to remember, Joseph Solali for the Roosters. Stephen Crichton, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Egan Butcher for the Roosters. Keon Kolomatangi, parallel for the Rabbitohs. Tessie New, parallel for Broncos. Rising Stars, Bailey Biondi Otto for Bulldogs. Ronaldo Molitalo, parallel for Sharks. Oh, excuse me. High Performance, Tommy Turbo for Manly. Tommy Talau, parallel for Tigers. Power Hero, Katoni Staggs for the Broncos. Dylan Brown, parallel for Eels. Rising Stars, Dejan Assi for the Cowboys. Blake Laurie, parallel for Dragons. Scott Drinkwater, parallel for Cowboys. Master and Apprentice, Corey Oates for the Broncos. Bulldogs parallel checklist. Almost finished another box. We're getting there. Season to remember, Thomas Burgess for the Rabbitohs. Bradman Best, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Matt Croker for the Knights. Felice Kafusi, parallel for Storm. High Performance, David Fafita for the Titans. Kieran Foran, parallel for Manly. Power Heroes, Nick Kotrick for the Bulldogs. Aaron Clark, parallel for the Titans. Last but not least, for box number 10 in the hobby case. Season to remember, Alexander Brimson for the Titans. Amali Olakatu, parallel for Manly. Well, alright, so that's that too, and that too. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Season to remember, William Kennedy for the Sharks. Tigers parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Ben Trebojevic for Manly. Marcus Sevo, parallel for the Eels. Ooh, I think we've got a black already, this maybe in the starters. It's black signature. Will we have another one? Corey Thompson for the Titans, 29. At least I can say the signatures look nice and clean. Maybe not the biggest, but I mean, if you get bigger, they get messy and harder. Yeah. Andrew McCulloch, parallel for Dragons. Rising Stars, Matt Croker for the Knights. Nelson Asafa Solomona, parallel for Storm. Daniel Saifidi, Power Heroes for Knights. Eels parallel checklist. High Performance, Blake Brayley for the Sharks. Cohen Hess, parallel for the Cowboys. Master and Apprentice, William Kennedy for the Sharks. Jacob Saifidi, parallel for the Knights. Rising Stars, Isaac Tago for Panthers. Christian Welsh, parallel for Storm. Rising Stars, Dejan Assi for the Cowboys. Tarek Sims, parallel for Dragons. Tom Dearden, parallel for Cowboys. Season to remember, Jesse Bromwich for the Storm. Tom Turbo, parallel for Manly. Jared Wallace, parallel for Titans. Rising Stars, Egan Butcher for the Roosters. Cody Walker, parallel for the Rabbitohs. Master and Apprentice, Emery Gula for the Raiders. Corey Waddell, parallel for Bulldogs. Season to remember, Hammer Fido for Cowboys. Mitchell Barnett, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Lachlan Elias for the Rabbitohs. Emery Gula, parallel for Raiders. Season to remember, Sam Williams for the Raiders. Tohu Harris, parallel for Warriors. Rising Stars, Valami Vailea for the Warriors. Ryan Sutton, parallel for Raiders. Jerome Luai, parallel for Panthers. Harley Smith Shields, club hero for the Raiders. Ewan Aiken, parallel for Warriors. High performance, Mitch Areen for the Titans. Amali Olakatu, parallel for Manly. Valentine Holmes, power hero for the Cowboys. Alexander Brimson, parallel for Titans. Rising Stars, Kobe Hetherington for the Broncos. Joseph Suwali, parallel for the Roosters. Season to remember, Nathan Cleary for Panthers. Nathan Cleary, parallel for Panthers. Keon Kolomatangi, parallel for Rabbitohs. Rising Stars, Matthew Tomoko for the Raiders. Bulldogs parallel checklist. Payne Huss, parallel for Broncos. Season to remember, Xavier Coates for Broncos. Charles Nicole Clockstad, parallel for Raiders. Rising Stars, Viramu Grieg for Eels. Darren Watine Zelezniak, parallel for the Warriors. Alright, we're getting, what do we got? 7th last packet for the second last box of the case. Oh. High performance, Reed Marnie for the Eels. Saitili Tupinua, parallel for Roosters. Rising Stars, Bailey Biondi Otto for the Bulldogs. Oh. Blake Brayley, parallel for the Sharks. Abasai Coruscant, parallel for Panthers. Team high performance for the Sharks. Jake Turpin, parallel for Broncos. Rising Stars, Tyrell Sloan for Dragons. CSI Talakai, parallel for Sharks. High performance, Lachlan Croker for Manly. Luke Brooks, parallel for Tigers. Alright, last packet for the second last box in the case. Master and Apprentice, Black, Jake Arthur for the Eels. Daniel Tupu, parallel for Roosters. Alright, so we technically have 3 cases left, one of which is the Elite.
3 boxes.
Yep, that's the one, 3 boxes, 3 cases, good.
Careful what you say there.
God. I would be asleep. Probably by the end of the first one, the way I'm going. Rising Stars, Zach Sheeny for the Tigers. Jordan Ricky, parallel for Broncos. Our Heroes, number 5, so first header card. Below me kick out, parallel for Panthers. Ooh, Predictor, Rabbitohs, number 28. Sharks parallel checklist. High performance, Mr. Addo Carr for the Storm. Adam Dewey, parallel for the Tigers. Master Apprentice, Cooper Johns for the Storm. Nathan Brown, parallel for the Eels. Greg Mazu, Rising Stars for the Titans. Mikhail Ravalawa, parallel for the Dragons. Rising Stars, Jaden Sullivan for the Dragons. Broncos checklist, parallel. Season to remember, Isaiah Papali'i for the Eels. Kyle Felt, parallel for Cowboys. Jaden Brayley, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Trent LaRoe for Storm. Jesse Bromwich, parallel for Storm. I think if I did a third case break, I would be have no voice by the end of it, to be honest. Curtis Sirenen, retirements for Manly. Matt Moylan, parallel for the Sharks. Bo Fulmore, Master and Apprentice for the Titans. Lachlan Croker, parallel for Manly. Rising Stars, Luke Metcalf for the Sharks. Big Tino for the Titans, parallel. Season to remember, Matt Duffy for the Dragons. Jai Arrow, parallel for the Rabbits. I think this is a black Master and Apprentice. I could be wrong for the Raiders. No, we're good. Josh Papali, Corey Allen, parallel for Bulldogs. Season to remember, Chad Townsend for the Sharks. Regan Campbell-Gillard, parallel for the Eels. James Tarmo, parallel for Tigers. Season to remember, Jordan Rabiner for the Raiders. James Fisher-Harris, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Josh Schuster for Manly. Josh Kerr, parallel for Dragons. Rising Stars, Jura Mimosia, something like that. Rising Stars for Knights, Dally Cherry Evans, parallel for Facebook. Facebook, yeah, for Manly. See, definitely going to be making it through another break.
thankful for Manly.
Oh, I don't know. I was reading Nathan Thompson's message. Oh, nearly there. What do we got? Basically 2 boxes left. Because the Elite's a bit smaller than Traders. So with what packets I got plus the Elite box, so about 2 boxes. Josh Schuster, Club Hero for Manly. Milwaukee, Photo Ica, Parallel for Titans.
Dinner's about to show up.
Dinner's about to show up. Well, that's always good.
No, that's incentive for you to finish.
Rising Stars, Xavier Savage for the Raiders. Damien Cook, Parallel for the Rabbits. That's alright. Matt Burton, High Performance for the Panthers. Jake Granville, Parallel for Cowboys. Josh Papali, Power Heroes for Raiders. Jake Clifford, Parallel for Knights. Season to Remember, Alex Glenn for the Broncos. Jake Avarillo, Parallel for Bulldogs. Justin Olam, Parallel for Storm. Rising Stars, Jermaine Hopgood for Panthers. Manly Parallel Checklist. Season to Remember, a Josh Adokar for the Storm. David Fafita, Parallel for Titans. Jack Whiten, Parallel for Raiders. Rising Stars, Sam Walker for the Roosters. Thomas Burgess, Parallel for the Rabbits. High Performance, Daniel Tupu for the Roosters. Jeremy Marshall King, Parallel for the Bulldogs. Elliot Whitehead, Parallel for the Raiders. Got 4 more packs left for the case, and that leaves us with the Priority Box and the Elite Hobby Box. Rising Stars, Hayes Dunster for the Eels. Cody Nikorima, Parallel for Warriors. High Performance, Mikhail Ravalawa for the Dragons. Jared Rera Hargreaves, Parallel for Roosters. Team High Performance for Manly. Josh Curran, Parallel for Warriors. Rising Stars, Blake Taff for the Rabbitohs, and Victor Radley parallel for Roosters. Making a mess. Alright, let's do our priority. We will leave the elite till the end, just because. High performance, Anari Tawala for the Knights. Elliot Whitehead, parallel for Raiders. High performance, David Nofaluma for the Tigers. Mawaiki Fodawaika, parallel for Titans. Master and Apprentice, Cody Walker for the Rabbitohs. Josh Curran, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, TC Rabadi for Broncos. Victor Radley, parallel for Roosters. Kieran Foran, Power Heroes for Manly. Damien Cook, parallel for Rabbitohs. Season to remember, Brian Toto for Panthers. James Fisher Harris, parallel for Panthers. Team high performance is what we're looking for, and Black Master and Apprentice. Jordan Ricky, parallel for Broncos. Rising Stars, Davey Mole for Rabbitohs. Jake Avarillo, parallel for Bulldogs. Rising Stars, Aaron Shoup for Bulldogs. Sharks parallel checklist. Master Apprentice for the Eels, Mitchell Moses. Adam Dewey, parallel for Tigers. Isaac Luke, retirements for Broncos. Jack Whiten, parallel for Raiders. Rising Stars, Helam Lukey for the Cowboys. Nathan Brown, parallel for the Eels. Season to remember, Murray Talagi for the Cowboys. Mikhail Ravalawa, parallel for Dragons. We're about halfway through our priority box. Season to remember, Jack Hetherington for the Bulldogs. Cody Nicarima, parallel for Warriors.
And you should bring your own pillow.
Huh?
And you should bring your own pillow.
Your own pillow.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, buy me a better computer chair. It's more comfortable.
You brought your computer, buy your own chair.
I did it today.
Well, that's some of your problems. Bring your own pillow.
Master Apprentice, Kevin Proctor, first in, first serve. Number 19 for the Titans. Just looking at that finish on him, guys. Not bad. I don't mind it. Kyle Felt, parallel for Cowboys. Jaden Brayley, parallel for Knights. We're still looking for the team high performance priority. Jeremy Marshall King, parallel for Bulldogs. Rising Stars, Joseph Suwali for Roosters. Daly Cherry Evans, parallel for Manly. Rising Stars, Jake Simpkin for the Tigers. Jared Rara Hargreaves, parallel for Roosters. Rising Stars, Jason Saab for Manly. Clinton Gutherson, parallel for the Eels. High performance, Reece Welsh for the Warriors. Valami Kickout, parallel for Panthers. Toby Rudolph, Power Hero for Sharks. Broncos parallel checklist. Club Hero, Tino for the Titans. Cody Ramsey, parallel for Dragons. Matt Moylan, parallel for Sharks. Rising Stars, Toby Sexton for the Titans. James Tarmo, parallel for Tigers. Season to remember, David Nofaluma for the Tigers. Regan Campbell-Gillard for the Eels. Rising Stars, Taylor May for Panthers. Jason Taumalolo, parallel for Cowboys. Rising Stars, Dean Irema for Storm. Josh Kerr, Parallel for Dragons. High Performance, Alex Johnston for the Rabbitohs. Jake Granville, Parallel for Cowboys. Season to Remember, Jaden Campbell for the Titans. Tyson Frizzell, Parallel for Knights. 6 packets left for 22 Traders. Jake Clifford, Parallel for Knights. There we go. Team High Performance, Parallel. It's got a few marks on it, but it seems like they just rub off. Number 27 for the Panthers.
You get some marks like off the blue occasionally, and they do just rub off.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was finding. Justin Olam, Parallel for Storm. Teague Wilton, Rising Stars for the Sharks. Manly Parallel Checklist. Storm Parallel Checklist. Season to Remember, Josh Curran for the Warriors. David Fafita, Parallel for Titans. And last but not least for 22 Traders, Rising Stars, Edward Cossey for the Warriors. And Thomas Burgess, Parallel for the Rabbitohs. Oh. So we have one more box, 21 Elite. And then we have our randomizations for our header cards. Stephanie Hancock, Enforcers for Dragons. Parallel, Blake Ferguson for the Eels. Sapphire for Panthers, Valami Akikau, number 19. Hudson Young, Parallel for the Raiders. Jack Hetherington, Enforcers for Bulldogs. Young Guns, Kenyon Paul for the Warriors. Rona Peters, Mary All Stars. Oh, we won't see Clint Burns in the chat anyway, I know that. Maths is on. Cherry Evans, captains for Manly. Won't be too long, we'll see him on the show itself, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon we do. We're looking for
Darius Boyd, Master Series. Another randomisation. James Tedesco, parallel for the Roosters. Dylan Napa, parallel for Bulldogs. Ruby, Jake Granville for the Cowboys. Number 20. Jake Granville, number 20. Warriors parallel checklist. Jordan McLean, enforcers for the Cowboys. Blake Brayley, parallel for the Sharks. Jerome Luai, Mary All Stars. Clint Govison and Dally M for the Eels. Isaiah Yeo, parallel for Panthers. Big Tino, enforcers for the Titans. Cody Walker, parallel for the Rabbitohs. Ooh, here we go. For the Eels, Mr. Ryan Morris. I'm pretty sure you'd have one of these, but not 100%. Number 16, Mitchell Moses, Elite Sensation Team signature. Not a bad way to finish the break. Jamal Fogarty, parallel for Titans. We've got a few more packets, but definitely one of the bigger hits in Elite. Talisha Harden, Indigenous All-Stars. I'm sure she's Broncos. Jordan McLean, parallel for Cowboys. Enforcers, Simon Matofa for the Roosters. We got fifth last packet, guys. We're almost there. Few randomisations to knock out. David Nofaluma, Dally M for Tigers. James Tarmo, Dally M, James Tarmo, parallel for Tigers. Whew. Braden Hamlin-Yuli, enforcers for the Sharks. Shanice Parker, White Young Guns for the Roosters. Well, a big thank you to everyone that joined in the chat, whether you're in the break or not. Appreciate everyone that jumps in. Jamie Chapman. Can't remember. And last packet for the break, Jerome Hughes, parallel for Storm. Alright, well, we'll just chuck them to the side. Preferably not like that, but we'll get them out of the way. Let's do these randomizations. Start with the back first. Header number 1 for the blue. Let's get switched over. I don't even know if it's open. Yep, there we go. We're open, we're good to go. So for the first one, there we go. Alright, so number 1, number 2, and lucky last number 3. Gareth Lawson with the Raiders for the blue header. Next up is pink header number 115, header number 2. So that's the other 8 teams. Alright, number 1, number 2, and lucky last number 3. Emad with the Cowboys. Alright, green header number 2. So it is the same teams. Number 1, number 2, and lucky last number 3. Warriors, Adam Parsons. And we have header number 1. Alright, number 1. Number 2. And number 3. Storm, Nathan Thompson. Alright. Header number 2. Of course it is. Alright, number 1. Number 2. And then number 3. Eels, Ryan Morris. And another header number 1. Alright, number 1, number 2, and lucky last number 3. Titans, Ryan Morris. Alright, so we got both header cards. There you go, that was a lucky break. And last but not least to be randomised is the Darius Boyd. Alright, number 1, number 2, and lucky last number 3. Warriors, Adam Parsons. Alright. Well, big thank you to everyone once again for joining us. And we'll see you again on Friday. If we manage to get the RAS filled up, I'll be able to do that tomorrow. So go and grab some spots in that. If we do fill the break up, I can do a team randomisation. We just won't have time to do a break, unfortunately. It is what it is. Alright.
Friday and the weekend we'll be doing break.
Yeah, Friday we'll be back breaking and the weekend. Yeah, I'm not sure about the weekend actually, I'm not sure.
Oh, we'll work it out. The breaks have to happen. So.
Yeah. Alright, but yeah, see you again on Friday, if not beforehand, guys. Catch you later, and congratulations to everyone that managed to hit big in today's breaks.